Hello, everybody. Just gotta refresh a couple things. What happens is when I start streaming, like all the dashboards start playing my stream on my PC, so I gotta like make sure I go around and pause all of them. Otherwise it gets out of hand. Alright. You're looking for PS4 lot game collections? I could do a search for PS4 later. Just remind me if I forget. Hello Robert, hello Macau, hello Padrino, hello Christian. False Reality, Little Ice. And everybody on Twitch, Spanish Snatch, Postal, Sidekeeper 30. Pat, Hobbs, Crumb, Video Gamer, all the early ones. Love the side art on this. I would love to have some of these things, but I just, they take up so much room, you know? It's just not feasible. Hello Jay, hello Ostia. Second here. One moment. I got so many windows open right now. Just gotta fix one thing real quick. Okay. Radio Shack made a lot of that kind of stuff, yeah. I used to go in the Radio Shack pretty often when I was younger. But I'll be honest, I don't remember ever seeing many video game related things in there. Like those little handhelds, for example. collection of moldy water damage games to start us off. It's always a good sign for the night. You went to an indie game shop in Taiwan and asked for a price of a box of 64 games, and they said $50 each. So you were able to pick them up for $50 each? Were there any good ones? Were they Taiwanese versions or what? Like what language are they in? Hello, Daniel. Hello, Kilgore. Dan, I added a popcorn emote. It's not animated, but right now it is Kick exclusive. Apparently it's not showing for me yet. Let me refresh my chat. It's for the Xenosaga streams. Not showing for me yet. It might take a little bit. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed 13. Do you think you're gonna jump into 13.2 next, or are you gonna take a break from the series? My battery is running low. Hold on 1 second. I think my freaking power plug unplugged from this. Give me a moment. Thankfully it gives me warnings, otherwise my stream would just shut off. Video games with Blaine. Oh, it's not live. They never show us the video game ones when they're live. I'm not really knowledgeable enough to know what games are running better on PS5 versus Series X. I just play most of my third-party games on PS5, so I couldn't really tell you. I never did get around to playing Robinson's Requiem. Cool box art for this, though. It's like a quintessential looking 3D game. You played the new Highguard 5v5 mode, and you're afraid to say that you like it? No, I mean, I knew. The biggest problem with that game was 3v3. 5v5 would definitely help fix some of the big problems with that game. So it doesn't surprise me, it's more fun. When will I stream 13.2? I have no idea. Gotta be in the mood for it. Probably when I'm not streaming other RPGs. Here's a PS4 lot. PS4 and PS5. Nothing special. Timothy with the big 90 months. Thanks, Timothy. Good to see you. Appreciate it as always. Wow, they hit us up with an early D tonight. Might be one of the earliest Ds we've seen on stream. New record. Under 10 minutes. Ooh, it's even got a crack on the side. Rare limited variant. Got a little peephole there. Could peek inside. One of these days, we're going to find a copy that has notes. Actually, I did find a copy that had notes. Yeah, they had like puzzle notes written down for the astrological puzzle. Couple fingerprints. Nothing out of the ordinary. Ends in 19 minutes. Actually not a terrible price. PS1 version typically goes for around 80. I'll link it. Link the seller. Looks like they got a couple other games ending. You wanted to ask why do people hunt trophies? For some people, it's just a fun incentive to challenge themselves. And it's just more of a reason to play more content of the game. It's like the whole retro achievements thing that a lot of people are into now. It's like, why bother hunting retro achievements? Because it's just fun to build up your profile. I understand it. I hunted achievements on 360 back in the day. I'd play stupid games just to get achievements. But then I snapped out of it. I think Retro Achievements has had a resurgence. It seems more popular than it's ever been, honestly. I feel like I see more people using it more than ever. I would love to use it. I just don't emulate, so I mean, it is what it is. I wish I can do retro achievements. I would love that stuff. But I'm not going to sit there emulating every game I play on my PC. So it is what it is. Retro achievements looks very fun. I'd totally be into it. And thanks, Mecha Kong. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 74 months. And implement PS2 and stuff will soon brought a big resurgence. So if you do PS2, you still have to stream those games. I mean, emulate those games, right? So I think consoles from the 7th Gen 360 PS3 will become collectible. Do you mean like the consoles themselves? They're already increasing in price as time goes on because more and more of them are breaking and it's getting harder and harder to find working 360s and PS3s. Yeah, the weather's been cold. Very cold. I have not been going for walks outside. so I just use the treadmill. Now they got Horizon Final Fantasy 11 on the list. Interesting. Wonder what kind of achievements they have for that. Hello, Estibo. You have D for PS1, D2 for Dreamcast, D4 for... Yeah, I still never played D4. I gotta check that game out sometime. I know it's not really connected to the other D games, but still. It is D at the end of the day. Hello, Taco. Oh, look at that. You got the hookup from Timothy. Thanks very much, Timothy. Thank you for sub-gifting Taco. Let's see, did these Kick emotes load yet? I added 2 new emotes on Kick. They're not there yet for me. 1 second. Guess it just takes a moment. Did Horizon, did they ever add Ergon yet? Because if there's one thing to get me to go back to Final Fantasy 11 right now, it would be the Ergon expansion. Oh my goodness. Timothy just handing out the subs. Going out to Video Gamer and For Real Fan as well. And Kraid. I think I see what Timothy's trying to do here, though. I think he's stopping at a certain number there. Wow, thanks, Timothy. Thank you for hooking up everybody. Some long timers in chat. What's their emotes again? What's the latest physical game I bought? Well, there will be a new games I bought recently, or like pickups video coming soon. I'm just waiting for like 1 or 2 more things. So you will find out very soon. What is this Mario All-Stars thing going for these days? I remember when people thought this was going to be a gold mine when it came out. People were scalping the hell out of this game, buying them up. It was a nice presentation. I have fond memories of getting mine because I went to Nintendo World to get it. So that is something I will never get rid of. I think it's actually on a video on my channel. If you want to watch me pick that up at Nintendo World. I was there with some YouTube friends as well. Gamester 81, Spider 1A, and Splatter Trigger. That was a fun day. Hello, Valerius. Hello, One Love. $25 Mario Kart Wii games. So this is definitely going to a store, right? Like, there's no doubt. That's just great inventory to have for your store, because that's a game that always sells. $550. This game we bought was Mirror's Edge Catalyst Steelbook. You know, I've actually never played Mirror's Edge Catalyst. I was a huge fan of the first one, but that second one, there was just something about it just never really grabbed my attention. Here's a cute lot. I like the game selection. Zone of the Ender, Shadow of the Colossus, Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Those are my highlights. It's $10 a game right now. It's actually a pretty good deal. I'll link this Goodwill shop. It's another lot here over in same amount of time. Though personally, I think this one here is a ton of Ratchet and Clank games, which is kind of neat. Jak and Daxter. I love how this Goodwill is actually theming their lots. Like, what the heck? Whoever is working this Goodwill store knows what they're doing. Look at this. They actually have a Lord of the Rings, Spyro, Ratchet and Clank lot. It's so weird. But they know to put games together. This is why it's impossible to find games in thrift stores, Goodwills anymore, because they're all just putting them online. Goodwill's probably like a huge waste of time these days for games. Yeah, I haven't really played Tokyo Extreme Racer games. But there's that new one that's coming out on PS5 very soon, right? I might give that a try. It's actually a pretty nice Xbox slot. From the same Goodwill. They got some good games. So be sure to check out their page. The shipping is from Canada and it's kind of crazy. But if you are from Canada or somehow the shipping is cheaper for you, maybe it's a good deal. Embalm coming through with that generous super chat again. Thanks, Embalms. What are some of my comfort games? Man, the first comfort games that always come to mind for me are Harvest Moon games. I don't know what it is about Harvest Moon. It's so hard for me to play other farming games because I just love the simplicity of Harvest Moon. Like older Harvest Moon games. I just like how straightforward they are. Not a lot of gimmicks, very simple. And the number one, I think I've just accepted the fact that my favorite Harvest Moon is Saves the Homeland on PS2. There's just something about the atmosphere in that game, especially when it's raining. I just love it. And the farm itself is probably my favorite farm. Even though it's a pretty small farm compared to other Harvest Moon games. Other than that, Final Fantasy XI is another comfort game. Dark Cloud is pretty comfy because of the music. Super Nintendo Harvest Moon is fine. It's gonna lack a lot of the conveniences that the games started getting later in the series. I didn't play too much of that. I actually played it on WiiWare. That's how I bought my Harvest Moon. The eShop thing or whatever. It's fine. I think the biggest problem with that one is like tool swapping. You gotta constantly go back to the tool shed to swap tools. It's an okay lot. $27, $66 shipping though. Crazy. That didn't cost them $66 to ship. Have you ever gotten into MOBAs? The only MOBA I put significant amount of time into is Smite for a very long time. I remember seeing Smite on preview at one of the PAX events I went to. They had it like at a high res, had their setup there, and they were showing like letting people demo the game before it was even out. And I remember looking at the game and I was like, wow, that actually looks incredible, because it was, unlike other MOBAs at the time, it was like a third-person action game. It looked like an action game. It didn't look like your typical MOBA. All skill shots and everything. So then when I got home, I looked into like how to apply to get into the alpha test for that. So I got into the alpha for Smite back when they only had like the original gods, which made there were like 10 or 12 of them or something. And I played that, and then I played the game as soon as it came out, and played it for a few years, pretty heavily. And I guess the good thing about getting into Smite was that it was really hard to get into other MOBAs because none of them were like Smite. It's kind of like the Final Fantasy 11 effect. Once you play Final Fantasy 11, it's hard to get into other MMOs because you just compare everything to 11. Everything pales in comparison. So I never really got too into the top-down, isometric, traditional look of MOBA-style games. The only ones I really got into were Guardians of Middle-earth on Xbox 360, and I played Pokemon Unite for a few weeks. And that was probably it. Well, it's very possible to get Dark Cloud in the RPG Limit Break with the any percent, the new no warp category that they have. It's like 3.5 hours. It's just a pretty boring game to have at RPG Limit Break because it's hard to do commentary on that for so long since it's so repetitive. Close to War actually submitted Dark Cloud to RPG Limit Break like 6 years ago. And I told him if he got it accepted, I would fly down there just to help him do commentary. That's back when the run was going to be like a 7+ hour run. It didn't get accepted because, I mean, who the hell's going to... Most marathons are not going to accept a 7-hour repetitive RPG like that. Hypnosis. Damn, that sounds miserable. Codename him. I'm glad it went well for you though. Was it because of like cancer or something detected? You're playing R-Type Delta tonight. That's a great game. I played that for the first time like a couple of 2 years ago, I think. I was blown away by it. One of the best shoot 'em ups out there for sure. The atmosphere is insane in that game. I think it rivals Einhander. It may actually be slightly better than Einhander at the end of the day. They're both great, but man, both of them are equally as hard. Oh, I'm glad that went well for you, Codename Ham. At least you caught it, right? Like, some people may not even realize that's going on. It's actually an okay Xbox One lot, but the price is just like... I think it's a little too much for Xbox One games. People are not looking to spend that much on Xbox One. Most of them are sealed though, that's probably why. I guess it makes sense. Gladiators fighting in Arena, Coliseum. You might be thinking of, what was it called? Coliseum Road to Freedom, maybe? It sounds like it might be that game, maybe. Yeah, I'll search the PS4 lot for you as soon as... I typically search auctions until it gets to about an hour from auctions ending. And then I switch my search. Oh, there it is. Yep, there's my emote. I got it ready for the next Xenosaga stream. Made a popcorn emote. Are people seriously weighing their games now? This isn't Pokemon. They put it on a scale. I guess that's to show you shipping costs or something. I hope they calculated the weight of the label in the envelope, because that might go over a pound and then they can't send it. Well, they're going to send it ground advantage, so I guess they'll be fine. TGIF or Unafraid of the Dark. I watched a little bit of Are You Afraid of the Dark back in the day. Not a ton though. I actually don't remember any of the episodes. Rogaza, wow, appreciate that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Mostly a background watcher from Ireland of the streams. Been around since 2008, one of the OGs. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you for watching for so long as well. Appreciate the lurking background watchers as well. Of course. Alright, we're getting close to 1 hour out, so we'll do one more page of auctions. And then remember to come back to this an hour from now, see what else is ending. But we found some I think those Goodwill auctions are pretty nice. Hopefully one of you gets at least one of them. $16 PS5 games, rare versions. A lot of more recent games in here. Decent lot. The price definitely reflects what's in here, though. So I'm not sure this is really much of a deal anymore. Why is Chrono Trigger so expensive? Well, there's not too many physical alternatives to play Chrono Trigger. Super Nintendo version is very pricey, so a lot of people don't pick that up. DS is like the next best, if not the best, physical version for some people. So that's what drives up the price of that. And nobody wants to play it on PS1 because the loading is terrible. Hello, Adam. You've been playing The Quarry. Oh, that's a great game. I really enjoyed it. I played that 3 years ago, I think. I really like The Quarry. I agree. That was a fun one. Really fun games to stream, too. Because people like watching it because sometimes I'll make decisions that they didn't make, so they get to see like a new twist to the story that they didn't see. Yeah, I played a few of the Dark Picture games, and they've been pretty fun so far. What was the one I played last year? I played 2 of them so far, I think. Played one on a ghost ship. That one was good. Then I played the one where they would like in the cave with the flying monsters or something. That one was also pretty good. Oh, was that Man of Medan? Okay, then I guess I played that one. I couldn't remember the names. Alright. Let's look up a PS4 lot. as I said I would. PS4 lots. Wait, is the new Silent Hill film actually out in theaters? I didn't even know that was out yet. I knew it was coming, I didn't know it was out. When did that come out? It flopped. And it's really bad. Damn. That's a shame. I had high hopes for that. So is it like accurate to the games at all? Feels like a YouTube fan film. Wow. 52 games from a collector. Well, let's see what they collected. Well, this may actually be a collector because it looks like most of the games are sealed. They didn't even touch them. Did they at least touch The Last Guardian? Looks like that might be sealed too. Come on now, you're gonna give collectors a bad name. They didn't even touch their games. I'm gonna get my child through college, so these have to go. Yeah, I mean, if they don't have time to play them, you might as well get rid of them. I guess they can live without the Metroid arm cannon. I never even knew that was a thing. Well, of course I had high hopes for the Silent Hill movie. Wouldn't everybody want it to be good? I wouldn't mind a really good Silent Hill movie. So the budget was really that low, huh? That's a shame. I guess I'll just wait for it to be streaming and try streaming it instead of paying money to go see that. Hello, Pie Pie. Pretty standard looking PS3 lot. You picked up Ephemeral Fantasia and No One Lives Forever. Well, I hope you enjoy Ephemeral Fantasia. It's certainly a game that deserves a bit more of a second look, I guess is the best way of putting it. I think that game has aged nicely. There's still no RPG I've played that quite reaches the scope and scale of that beginning town in Ephemeral Fantasia. Huge town. Pretty much every house can be entered. Day-night cycle, with characters doing as they wish throughout the day. It's definitely an ambitious game. And Ephemeral Fantasia has a little bit of a historical history to it in terms of it's actually the first turn-based RPG that ever released on the PS2. Japan and US. It's the first one that hit the console. And that's why I actually rented it back in the day. That's why I rented it. I was really excited for it. Because who wouldn't be excited for the first like true turn-based game on PS2? But it was really hard to play back then. Especially when no guides really existed for it yet. Very difficult. That is a game that is very hard to play without some form of a guide. Game facts will be very useful to you during your playthrough. Or if you get lost, you could just watch my speedrun. It'll be one of the more efficient ways to... Like, if you're more of a visual person. Because it's pretty much one of the only English playthroughs of that game that is short, right? Like, there's probably playthroughs on YouTube in like 50 parts that span 40 hours. You can watch me beat it in 8 hours. So if you get lost, just like fast forward to where you are and you can see what you gotta do. I have not played Wet yet, no. I'm sure I would really like Wet. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I have Epic Mickey's Rebrush. I bought it on sale, like last year or something. Forget, maybe a GameStop sale or something? But I do have the physical for it. I played the demo and really liked it. Destiny Rising? I'm not even sure what that is. You mean the game Destiny? I'll never play Destiny games, if that's what you mean. I'm not aware of Destiny Rising. Look at this. Sequential from 2015 to 2024 Madden games, $60. It was at this moment that this person wished that they collected RPGs instead. Yeah, we found some good auctions from Goodwill earlier. Price range for Disgaea 1. Disgaea 1 has come down quite a bit, I think, these days. I think that game is around... Oh man, well, back in the day, it used to be one of the more expensive PS2 games. Now I think it's more like a $30 game. It's pretty cheap. Disgaea is not as expensive as it used to be. $20 to $30, I think, actually. I'm pretty sure it's pretty darn cheap. Especially because I think there's even the greatest hits for it, right? I can remember back in the day when GameStop, I remember being shocked. I went into GameStop to try and, I don't remember what I was there for. Maybe it was to get Disgaea, I don't remember. But I remember they had a used copy of Disgaea for like $60 or $65 or something like that. I was like, whoa. I had never seen them charging that much for a used PS2 game before. That was highly unusual. I ended up not even liking Disgaea. That was definitely not an RPG for me. Never bothered with any of the other games in that series. I can't even handle an RPG that's similar to Disgaea. I don't like the style. I don't like the type of strategy RPG it is. The enemy stacking and everything. Yeah, it's not for me. I have Wet on 360. I think playing games with no guide, no quick saves, just a manual and the determination. Well, that's the way I prefer to play games. But some games you really need a guide sometimes, like Ephemeral Fantasia. Most people hate Ephemeral Fantasia because it's very confusing. And they give up on it. That's why I always recommend when people are like, yeah, I'm going to play Ephemeral Fantasia. Just do yourself a favor and at least use a guide when you need it. Because that game is not straightforward. The gameplay of Final Fantasy Type 0. It's more of like, I don't know, it's more of an action RPG. I gave up on Type 0 in 3 hours. I practically rage quit the game. More like disappointed quit the game. Played it for the first time and I was like, wow, this is not Final Fantasy. At least not something I was interested in. So I gave up on it within a couple hours. However, I do plan on revisiting it. Because that game, I need to give it another chance to fully know what it's like. It was just... I think at that point I was hitting like peak fatigue of Final Fantasy games that were not for me. And I just kept wishing that we would get more traditional Final Fantasy games. And that game was just like the icing on the cake. Went to your local GameStop today and found Rolling Thunder 3 for $7 complete. That is definitely the find of the year for sure. That's got to be really rare to find something like that in GameStop. Every time I look at the retro section of my GameStop, it's just filled with nothing. Horrible selection. You need to give Final Fantasy 13 a chance. I feel like 13 ages better with time as well. But do yourself a favor and try and play it on an Xbox Series X if you can. It's the best way to play it. Okay, here's a fairly interesting PS4 lot. You got Knack, so automatically you know it's a good lot. Moss. A lot of earlier PS4 games. Killzone. One of the Neptunia games. Dragon Quest Heroes. Soul Calibur. Gianna Sisters. And Astrobot. That's for the VR game. Interesting little lot. Like the variety. 5 PSVR games are not included in the list, although in the picture. Oh man, are you telling me that you're that lazy that you can't retake this photo? They really just included some of the more interesting games in here, and then in the description say they're not included. 4-Point Moss, Astrobot, Superhot, and PS4 VR. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but still. Just retake the photo. Ooh. A PS4 lot that has Clash. It's a great game. You hear me talk about this one on my PSN streams a lot. Fallen Legion? I'm sure I've seen the trailer for that. What one is this? Looks like it's some kind of Darkest Dungeon looking game, perhaps? Interesting. I'll link to seller for you. They have some varied little PlayStation lots here. Hello, Nick Gamer. Do you know if a game has been resealed? Well, it would depend on what console it's on. You pretty much just gotta know your stuff when it comes to seals. I'm not a seal expert. I don't sit there studying the plastic wrap on older games. But some people do, if they're into collecting that kind of stuff. The ability to reseal things is getting a lot harder to tell, though, the difference, because in the world of trading cards, like a booster box of Pokemon, for example, they're getting really, really good at replicating the plastic seal to the point where you have to pretty much like X-ray scan the box to tell what's inside instead of looking at the seal. So yeah, it's getting dangerous out there for that kind of stuff. Local game stores? Not really. I'll go to local game conventions. But going into a store, not really. I mean, the prices are always going to be way above what I'm looking to pay in those kind of places. Let's buy on eBay. I look for very specific things, so it's like the chances of having something that I'll want is pretty low. I would not recommend Final Fantasy 13 if you're a newcomer to the Final Fantasy series, no. I'd say you play that one a little bit after. Because 13 is very, very different. It can give you the wrong impression on the series if you're not into it. If you only ever played 7, your next best bet is probably Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 6. Or honestly, any of the Pixel Remaster Final Fantasy games. I'd say if you're looking for something a little more modern beyond 7, then Final Fantasy 10 would be the next best one. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings PS2 games are great. Especially Third Age. Yeah, play 13 after you've played a few of the other older Final Fantasies first. I look forward to trying Crimson Desert. Everything I've seen from that game so far looks pretty amazing. I plan on trying it. Hold on. I don't know why my YouTube streams do this. They make me like refresh and reopen the chat. Hello, Xander. Did you guys see the really weird news about Final Fantasy VII on Steam, by the way? They're delisting the version that's on there right now. And they're uploading a different version where your save won't cross over to it. Like, what the heck? What kind of sorcery are they doing? And they didn't mention anything about what the changes are. So all I'll say is, if I were you and you were thinking about playing Final Fantasy VII on PC, you should probably buy the current version right now. Because who knows what they're about to do with this re-release. They're porting the current PS5 version back to Steam. So is there anything specific to the PC version that you would lose? Like, is there any reason why you would want to preserve the PC version? Will it be easy? Like, here's the question. Can you easily mod the console port when they put it on PC? That's what I want to know. Like the mod that I had, the voice acting mod, I wonder if you're going to be able to do that on the new one. Yeah, I played it with the voice acting mod, where you play through the whole game and like everybody's voice acted. It was actually really neat. It was cute. So if I'm going to lose that, that's kind of a shame. I guess I won't lose it, but people will lose the ability to easily do that mod, I guess. It's pretty hard to find a PS4 lot that's interesting. So many of them are just filled with basic stuff. Kaze and the Wild Mass. I don't think I ever tried that, no. Hello, Amberg. Two original GameCube controllers for $60. If they're in good condition, that's probably not terrible. It's pretty hard to find a good condition GameCube controller. They actually don't look that bad. I'll link this seller if anybody needs controllers. Looks like somebody that just sells general electronics. My favorite color of GameCube was always indigo, because that was the first one that they ever really revealed. That's the color that was like, to me, that is the GameCube color. That's the OG color. They kind of added the black one in after the fact, right? They always advertised the indigo. I know they kind of just like shoehorned it into the launch. Okay, so black wasn't there for the US launch? I gotta swear that was an option at the launch for the US GameCube. Maybe not. Oh, the first GameCube price reduction. Well, I don't really pre-order games anymore. Pretty much just buy them as they come out. I guess that Romeo is Dead game that's coming out in a couple weeks, since it's pretty close. I just love action games like that. I mean, there's one way to figure this out. Let's see. Was the black GameCube available at launch in the US? Yes, the jet black GameCube was available at the November 18, 2001 launch in the United States. It was released alongside the standard Indigo Purple model. While Indigo is heavily featured in marketing, both colors are available from day one for $200. Well, there you go. I wasn't wrong. According to this Google search. That's why I was like, I could swear that was a launch color, because I remember having the choice between the two colors, and I was like, there's no way I'm obviously getting Indigo. I think it's easy to think they didn't release the black one initially because the marketing almost never showed the black GameCube. I think the GameCube's design was cool. Very unique. It also didn't take up that much room, right? Very easy to sit in an entertainment unit because it's more vertical than horizontal, so it was very easy to kind of like slip into small places. Plus just the name of the console, the GameCube, and it's literally a cube. I always liked that. These are all cover arts. I couldn't imagine carrying my GameCube by that handle now, though. I just feel like it would like mess up the laser inside or something. Blinging it around. I hear about flash memory, Vita and Switch games becoming obsolete. I think some people have mentioned it here and there. You might as well enjoy those games while you can if it's going to come down to that. Yeah, $550 was pretty high for that GameCube bundle. It's almost a good 360 lot. Price is a little high with that shipping though. No, I haven't bought any Vita in a long time. If I ever cave, because I just cannot, I cannot find what I ever did with my Vita TV. So if I can't stream games, I'm not buying them. And if I can't stream my Vita games, I'm not buying Vita games. That's how it is. I have to be able to get value from streaming games for me to buy them. And unfortunately, Vita TVs are pretty expensive now, so I don't know when that will ever happen. PSTV things or whatever. Well, I don't know where my PSTV is. I lost it. I haven't been able to locate it for years. PSP with composite output. Yeah, that's probably the only one. I don't remember there. Well, you can do component. Vita, there was no direct output from it. You had to use the PSTV. It's actually not a bad little lot. But it's pretty much priced right. $30 for Kirby, 20-ish, $25 for Yoshi. That's a pretty fair price for this, honestly. Just that the sports games for most people are going to make it pretty undesirable. Free shipping, especially with those long boxes, is not bad. Specific PS4 games? I wouldn't say there's any specific PS4 games I'm looking for. I kind of just stumble upon them. Usually I find them on PSN, and then I like look into seeing if they have a physical copy. And then I'll try and get the physical if they offer it. It's pretty much how I come across my PS4 games. Games in general right now, I'm pretty much just looking for N64, PS1, PS2 games. For the most part. Complete for N64. My whole N64 collection is complete in box, because, you know, I collected it since I was a kid, so that's how I keep it. Wow, that's dirty. Night and day with those. If I were this seller, I would have just sold these 3 controllers separate. Bundle these together. Because that really makes those look even more dirty, seeing them next to a gray controller. I won't be buying Resident Evil 9 when it comes out, because I won't be able to play it until October anyway, so... I might as well wait until it's closer to October, and I'll probably be able to save some money on it. Yeah, I think that goes beyond smoke damage. I think that's something a little more than smoke damage. Bust a Move 1 and 2. It's a nice lot, but the price is a little much on that. Got all kinds of contraptions here. Pretty good game selection. $310. I don't even know what the heck I'm looking at there. U-Force? I don't think I've ever seen that before. So Zarda's Revenge is no manual. Other than that, it's actually a decent NES slot. Game selection could be way worse too. How many games? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15. So you figure even at like $10 a game, that's $150 plus the complete in box games, which they're nothing crazy. You get the NES, bunch of controllers, accessories, whatever the heck this thing is. It's actually not terrible, especially if you can get it for under the buy it now with the bidding price. So I'll link this seller for anybody that wants to keep an eye on this. They also have a Super Nintendo lot, let's see. Not quite as good. I had to like look at this, I'm like, what the heck am I looking at here? Gem Cutters lot, no clue what that is. Bronze figures. Anybody need some dirty Wii remote sleeves? Varying degrees of decayedness. And yellowing and grime. Right? Like, look at that one compared to that one. I don't know who the heck would ever buy used Wii remote jackets. Like, that's so disgusting. I don't care how clean that thing looks. PS3 lot mix lot of 1. Yeah, for that price they can't include anything crazy. I love this. Look at this. I've never seen someone take pictures like that before. Look, it's like a flip book. They should have committed to it. That would have been so cool. Kind of get the effect there. $600 for the Genesis Sega CD 32X. Bunch of not very interesting games. A lot like this back in the early 2000s would have been about $60, $70 at the most. And I'm not even kidding, because I sold a double of a Sega CD that I had for $20 plus shipping. And the shipping back then was like $8, $9. And that was bidding, not buy it now. 32Xs? Man, you couldn't even get rid of them things. And I think my Sega CD came with some games, if I remember right. I think I included a couple like bonus games in there with the hookups. It pretty much was everything you needed, controller. Yeah, that's how most people got their 32X, was when they were blowing them out for like 20 bucks. I don't know anybody that had one of those things when they first came out. Everybody bought it when it was on clearance. But that was the best, because when you got it on clearance, pretty much all the games are out already, so you had like a good selection of games to pick out from. First game I got, besides it coming with Virtua Fighter, was Star Wars and those Chaotix. Well, Doom, yeah, I mean, it was really it was crazy to play Doom on the Genesis back in the day. The only bad part about that version was the music was awful, but it was impressive to be playing Doom on essentially the Sega Genesis at the time. Read description. Alright, what's the catch? It's actually a pretty nice lot. Giving you some GameCube games. Complete. A couple of... Well, you gotta be into Rayman Raving Rabbids, apparently. $70 free shipping. It's honestly not terrible, especially for the GameCube games. I'll link this. I think that's pretty solid. For the GameCube stuff, at least. And then you're just getting the other stuff as a bonus. Especially considering they're all complete. Decent condition. I actually really liked Raving Rabbids as a Wii launch game. I thought it was a very solid... I thought it was one of the better Wii launch games. But then I just stopped caring after that. As a one-off game, which I thought it was going to be, I thought it was neat, but I got really sick of the Rabbids after a bit. I can't believe they're still going, to be honest. You loved watching my Spider-Man 32X speedrun. That was a fun speedrun. It was a very broken but fast speedrun. Somebody finally beat my record on an emulator, but I can't really be bothered to go back and beat it. I easily could, but they can have it. Yeah, I don't know why they're so adverse to releasing a new 3D Rayman platformer. I'm tired of the Rayman Legends games. I'm tired of the Rabbids. Let's just get like a actual game starring Rayman in a 3D environment. That would be great. See, but not too expensive. Not everything needs like the AAA treatment. I wish these AAA developers would realize that. Take a small group of people and just make it like an indie project. Doesn't need a crazy budget. Just like a nice little short platform. It doesn't need to be something crazy. Small team. And they can bang it out in a couple years. But as Ubisoft we're talking about, they ain't gonna do that. Hello, VGF. I'm sure they care about Rayman. Like, deep down, I'm pretty sure Ubisoft really likes Rayman. But it's just a business at the end of the day. If it ain't gonna make money for them, they're not gonna bother. Well, apparently, like, some insiders that worked at Ubisoft that were familiar with that Sands of Time remake were saying it was canceled because it was, like, apparently really bad. So maybe it was a good thing it was canceled to preserve the original. Like, it was in such a... Just think about a game being canceled that was, like, pretty much almost in ready-to-ship status. They canceled it. It had to be abysmal for that to happen. I don't know how true it was, but apparently it was like basically almost one person in India that was working on that game towards the end, like the Sands of Time port. I don't know how true that is. But if that is even remotely true, that's crazy. It's always so sad when the best DS slots are the ones that don't include games. It's always just the case in the manual. PS3 lot, $75. I mean, it's not terrible. The problem with this lot is almost all of these games now have better versions to play. Unless you just really want the original PS3 physical version. I'll link this though because hey, at the end of the day, it's a PS3 RPG lot at a decent price. Not every day you see something like this on eBay. Here's another one where they only show one game, but it has others apparently. Final Fantasy 13, White Knight Chronicles 1 and 2, which is redundant. Final Fantasy 13 2, Cilia. So it's redundant because White Knight Chronicles 2 actually comes with the first game, so then there's almost no reason to actually get the first game. Which, keep that in mind for any of you that wanted to play White Knight Chronicles, unless you just really want the first game physical. Like in its own case, White Knight Chronicles 2 comes with the first game. Complete game in there. And White Knight Chronicles is still interesting enough to play single player, but you're getting like half the experience. You're getting half of what they intended that game to be, because it really was an online game for the most part. But it's still, you can still get some enjoyment out of it. Lost Odyssey and Final Fantasy 11. Now we're talking. That person knew what was up. Yeah, you had to grind the single player to get equipment for the multiplayer, and it was some of the best armor in the game at the time, so you had to do it. It was the Earth armor. It was super good. Hello, Orphan. Xbox One lot themed around zombies. Dead Alliance. I'm not sure I'm too familiar with that one. Any of you ever play that? Fight your opponents by turning hordes of zombies into strategic allies in post-apocalyptic wasteland. Your only option is to use the dead or join them. That sounds like an interesting premise. Frenzied multiplayer action, online 4v4 or offline. Every zombie is a weapon. Control the dead with the Z-mods. That sounds fun. Story-based horde mode. Is this actually any good? It can't be played anymore, the servers are offline. But it does say it has a single-player survival mode. How did I never hear of that game? Interesting. $35 though. I mean, heck, if you never played the Walking Dead Telltale games, and also Dead Rising 3, and you get a copy of Dying Light, it's actually not bad. There's some other Xbox One lots, but this is by far the most interesting one. Rise copy sealed for $20. Titanfall 2 for $10. $10 for Rise unsealed. It's about, you know, standard prices. Looks like we found the Xbox One seller. I'll link them. Might be able to get combined shipping if you're interested in some of those singular games. Oh no, I can't post a link on YouTube. It's one letter too long. Here, let me take out this, see if that works. Hello, Tommy. What Atari game is that in the bottom right? Congo Bongo? Really? Oh yeah, now I see it. It was upside down. That was my favorite ColecoVision game. Well, that and Zaxxon. But Congo Bongo is such a cool ColecoVision game. I just love the fake 3D look on that. ColecoVision did a good job of like pulling off that fake isometric look with its games. The Coleco Chameleon. I barely remember anything about that thing. Well, I'm not looking to buy anything. I'm looking for things for people in chat to buy. So I just link all the decent deals. It was kind of like, yeah, I remember the name Coleco Chameleon, but I don't think I followed the development on that. The Skylander stuff it actually sells way better than you would expect. Tons of Skylander stuff sells every day. Like multiple pages worth, which is crazy. There's just a lot of it out there, but what's more surprising is people are still looking to buy it. I still wish that the Amico would have came out. I would have loved that thing so much. All those shitty games. If they would have just kept their promise of releasing those games with online leaderboards, like I would have been all over it. I love competing in terrible little arcade games where there's like 100 people competing for high scores. That's essentially like what a lot of the games on the Atari VCS were like. Small little leaderboard games. No Gem and 10 worthy games yet. Except for the copy of D we found earlier in the stream. Yeah, I've been wanting to do another VCS stream at some point. I really like that thing. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm like so into it. I guess because it feels like a little like exclusive club. It feels like if you have the VCS, you're just like in this underground cult, this Atari cult. Because everybody on there is like obsessed with the VCS. They all compete against one another on the leaderboards. Like it's just like this super small niche set of people that use that thing still, and it's just kind of, it's very unique feeling. It almost feels like you got this little corner of retro games to yourself with that thing. Other than the fact that it crashes on me constantly. I like it. I'm just shocked that they even still support it. Like, that is insane. The fact that you can still buy games on there is crazy. And they're still releasing games on it. And people are still coming out with exclusive VCS games is even the wilder part. This isn't terrible because State of Emergency actually costs a decent chunk these days. I think that can easily go for like $25, $30. And my favorite part of it, warning check ID. that is great. Was that on every copy of State of Emergency, or is that maybe just from a rental store or something? Other than that, though, the only other highlights here are probably just like Enter the Matrix Black. And I guess the 007 games. So with the shipping, it kind of kills it. Yeah, the VCS was definitely worth getting during Black Friday for like, what was it, $100 for the bundle that they sold. I couldn't imagine paying several $100s for that thing. That would have been disappointing. Not something you'd want on day one, that's for sure. Oh, here's a pretty decent Xbox One lot. You're getting a couple of exclusives. Rise Son of Rome, Sunset Overdrive, the physical of Like a Dragon, Steelbook Edition, Spyro, Crash. This is actually a very solid Xbox One lot for $28 and $5 shipping. It's the only thing they're selling with games. Here's the link. It's basically $5 a game. Yeah, I think I rented State of Emergency. I enjoyed it from what I remember. I never played the sequel. Red Dead Revolver, Third Age, Circus Maximus, Crimson Skies, Jade Empire. Too expensive for that. Hello, Devolt. Whoa. Millennium J coming out of nowhere with 5 sub-gifts. Was it because I said I love the VCS? Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that very much. Hooking up some long-timers. And some lurkers as well. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I should do that more often. I also love the Gizmondo. I love the Tapwave Zodiac. I love the Tiger R-Zone. I'm just trying to hit all the weird ones where someone would like instantly gift sub 5 people. Yeah, I love the Zebo. You got that one Brazilian guy who's like, oh, he said it, I gotta whip out my credit card. No, I don't have the Pippin, so I can't say I love the Pippin, but I'm sure I would. The reason I always wanted the Pippin, but I told myself I would never get one unless I was able to get at least one game that I really wanted. The games are rarer than the damn console. I told myself if I was ever able to get Marathon, I would get it, and we're talking like, I'm not talking recently, I'm talking, you know, I was trying to get Marathon for probably 2 decades. I've been hunting the Pippin for a very long time, but I never had the opportunity to buy Marathon because the game is just that rare. I think I've only seen it pop up on eBay like once or twice in all the time I've been looking for it. And the last time it was up for sale, it went for like thousands of dollars, something stupid. Because apparently everybody was waiting for it, and I don't think that game is ever going to be possible to buy again, especially with the, you know, the new attention on Marathon. No, you would have to get a Pippin-specific version of Marathon. If you wanted to play it on an actual home console. I've already played Marathon. I mean, I played it on Xbox Live Arcade. But, you know, the lover of old, obscure, niche stuff in me just really would love to be able to experience the original version on a actual home console, right? Like, that's the thing. Some people think that's crazy, but even if it's an inferior version, I love seeing how, even if it's like a PC game or a Mac game ported to a console, like, I still want to see how that version holds up. I'm still very fascinated by that kind of stuff. The Marty? I would not recommend getting a Marty these days. The console's expensive, it's very unreliable, that thing breaks very easy. And the games are super expensive. And you have to do a lot of research before you buy certain games to even make sure that, you know, you're going to be able to play it on your Marty. Because some games will work that don't say Marty on it, but you gotta make sure you know beforehand. Is that Pokemon Stadium 2? It is, yes. Welcome into my eBay streams. Glad the algorithm sent me your way. I do them every Saturday. Let's search, change up the search. I mean, we could search Pippin. But it's probably just going to be about a dozen consoles from Japan, very overpriced. The games, there might be some of the more common games on here, like this, right? But you're not going to find the very desirable games. It's pretty much what you're getting. This is one that, back when I was trying to get Pippin, this was like a $20, $30 game for the circus game. I think the controller looks cool too. I like the controller. Probably not very comfortable though. This is probably, this was about $100, like $80 to $100 back when I was hunting Pippin. But this is probably also one of the better games on the Pippin. It's a Gundam strategy game. Probably not the easiest to play without knowing Japanese though. And that's pretty much it. My favorite console is the PS2. Oh, somebody actually got it for $100. That's not sealed. The other one was sealed. And that's it. No other games. No other Pippin games have sold, so that's the Pippin for you. Not easy to collect for. Hello, Austin. I have no idea about ripping Pippin CDs. I know that can work for the Marty. I'm not sure about Pippin. Mirror's Edge Catalyst wristwatch. That looks alright. Nothing special. Oh, hold on before we get started. I remembered this time. We got a filter. Brain rot. Let's just do brain lot and also brain, in case they put a space. Roblox. Fortnite. Any other garbage I'm forgetting? FNAF. Alright, that should take out a lot, at least. How is that not filtering? Oh, because I misspelled it, that's why. Brain rot. Goodbye. What is this? See, this is what I hate. They don't put any keywords in the title, so you can't get around this. There's no way you can see this coming. Those are the most annoying listings. Luigi's Mansion is definitely a very replayable game, indeed. Still one of the best looking GameCube games, in my opinion, despite it being a launch game. I have this. It's a puzzle can for Sonic, so it's like a Rubik's Cube, sort of, where you slide the pieces around. Oil-absorbing face tissues for Sonic Adventure. But don't get me too excited now. Never saw that before. Absolutely bizarre. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. I would be hesitant that that's even official, to be honest with you. I don't know about that. I'm not seeing copyright Sega on here. Yeah, I think this is fake. If this was real... Oh wait, there is copyright Sega right there. Alright, so maybe it is legit. Normally they would put it like here. Final Fantasy 11 poster, or print ad rather. Conquest, Mystery, and Community. Community indeed. It's a good advertisement. Oh, it's my Kirby bank. One of my favorite Kirby items. Just because I just like the way he looks. It's very reminiscent of, like, N64 Kirby. Which it's based on, obviously. Hey, it's my Sonic bank. It's like somebody raided my collection and just sold everything I have. I have the full collection of these, so you got Tails, Amy, Robotnik, Knuckles. And there's Tails. People want $100 for Resident Evil 2 on the Gamecom. But I guess to be fair, that's one of the best reasons to own a Gamecom. That game. $30,000 for a PAL sealed copy of Kodolka. Yeah, good luck with that. Post-Trauma. Have any of you played Post-Trauma? I looked into it for last October, but skipped it. Cool cover. I think that's probably the coolest part about the game is the cover art. It's one of those, like, traditional style survival horror games. But I did read there's a lot of conflicting reviews with this game. Even though it is like traditional survival horror. Forget what it was that a lot of people complained about. That made me pass on it. A rare slipcover? What? It's not a rare slipcover for the game. That's a slipcover for the soundtrack. That's funny. I'm looking at that, I'm like, whoa. How have I never seen that before? It's because they just took a slipcover from a soundtrack and slapped it over the game. PS4 Slim Bundle, huge game library. Let's see how huge the game library is. And there it is. Almost adds no value to the lot, I hate to tell them. Hello, Aaron. New Vegas launch kit. Let's see what was in there. Alright, so they took the bobblehead that was with the Fallout 3 Collector's Edition. Slapped it in there. Congrats on your recent reward redemption. Here's the really awesome item you scored. Fallout New Vegas kit. I have to say, we really love it when members get these cool rewards. Now go build that point balance back up so we can send you more great stuff. GameStop power-up rewards. Wait. This person used their GameStop power-up points to get a New Vegas press kit? That's pretty crazy. That's cool. Didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it came out with a Fallout 3 poster too. You get so much cool stuff from power-up rewards. Stuff like that? Like what? Is that still something that they offer? That kind of stuff? What's an example of something you've got recently? You need to be able to use all kinds of stuff. Used to be able to get all kinds of stuff like posters, loot boxes. They stopped doing it forever ago. Man, that's... I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I always thought this was a pretty neat little promo item for anybody that's really into Resident Evil. You just get a giant wall graphic of the Resident Evil Remake zombie. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool for how cheap it is. Here, they have one of Jill. Anybody want a 2 feet tall Jill Valentine wall sticker? You could like set the zombie up behind her. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool for your game room if you're really into Resident Evil Remake. Gonna be honest. And it's really cheap. It's $10. You get Jill and you get one of the freaking dogs. You put the dog, you know what you do? You put the dog on your window. Genius, right? It's especially cool if you have a cracked window. I'll link this. Though I'd advise you get your cracked window fixed if that's the case. Oops, that's a very long link. Hold on. We gotta go into the seller's store. Get the shorter link. Here, use this one. Hello, Blizzard. What else they got? House of the Dead action figures and Playboy keychains. Yeah, it's a catch-all seller. Oh, do you have one of these stickers that came on this thing? One of the little logo stickers? Hello, Jimmy. Well, your dog types, pretty good there, Jimmy, because apparently he types up fellas up Pete. Because I don't see any other message after that. No, see, I'm posting affiliate links. So, unfortunately, the links are going to be longer than standard links. You know, like, I wonder... This is probably a little too far for Kick. Yeah, unfortunately I wouldn't be able to stream that on Kick. AO. Wouldn't fly. Oh, put another decal behind the dog. That's like a cracked window decal. That's a good idea. Ooh, I love this standee. It's a big standee, though. But if we have any hardcore fans of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, the PlayStation game, there you go. That's a cool standee. A little torn up, though. Unfortunately. Wait, what's... It's like the lightsaber hilt is torn a little bit, maybe? $5 shipping, they are gonna regret that. They ain't shipping that for $5. I hate to tell them. Is this California Speed game any good? I'm not sure if I ever rented that back in the day. Yeah, I don't blame you. Buying a standee like that from somebody with zero feedback is just asking for trouble, in my opinion. Because what's going to happen is, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. You're going to buy it, they're going to go to ship it, they're going to find out that it's going to cost them like $50 or more to ship that, especially depending on where you are. Then they're going to message you and be like, sorry, I got to cancel the transaction, the shipping's more than I thought. Or they're going to be like, can you send me more money for the shipping? Like, it's going to be some debacle, I'm telling you. They got to be super inexperienced to expect to ship that for $5. It's an arcade port. Alright, I'll keep my eyes out for it on N64. It's a pretty cheap game, actually. Even complete in box, it's pretty cheap. Oh wow, look at this. I've never seen this before. A bundle with scary dreams? This game alone by itself already is really rare. And then you're getting it bundled with the Game Boy Micro. Is this an official bundle? Ooh, it appears so, right? Oh, from Costco. Well, putting something like that in your closet and forgetting about it for 20 years apparently paid off for them. What is that thing? Panasonic Jungle? I like the logo. What in the world? Unreleased Panasonic Jungle was never sold to the public. Now only a few of these are known to exist. It does not come with a battery or charging cord, so will not power on. It's a nice cosmetic. Well, you know, you could put batteries in it if it takes batteries to find out if it turns on before selling it for $30,000. That's an idea. It's nice and in nice cosmetic condition. Please see photos and contact me with questions. Honestly, if it is an unreleased console, I'm sure it's hard to put a price on this. Okay, it's like a proprietary battery. Man, I don't know anything about this. I would love to know what the games would look like on that. Especially with that little screen. So if your copy of Shadow Hearts says not for resale on it, that means you got the reprint that was from GameStop. Which came with if you pre-ordered and bought Shadow Hearts 2 from them, you would actually get a free copy of Shadow Hearts, and that was the not for resale copy. So you can check your copies of Shadow Hearts to see if you have the GameStop reprint that came for free. Really cool promo, right? Imagine getting a free copy of Shadow Hearts if you bought the sequel. What's a fair price to pay for Dark Cloud 2? Probably around 20 bucks. It's a very common game. It's not a dirt cheap game, but it's also not pricey. $40 to $50 for Dark Cloud 2? Nah, that's way too much for Dark Cloud 2. You can get it cheaper than that. Yeah, 20 plus shipping, so I wouldn't pay more than $30 total with shipping for that game. You can definitely hold out. You might be better off. The better way to do it is to buy a lot that has Dark Cloud 2 in it, because then the average price of each game will bring down the price of Dark Cloud 2 quite a bit. Because it's a pretty common game. You're going to find that in lots all the time. So if you're willing to be a little patient, track one down in a lot. So an N64 English homebrew of Dinosaur Planet. That's pretty neat. Look at how Star Fox looks. Definitely not worth $450 though. Literally anybody can make that. There's nothing special about that. You buy it for $450, someone turns around and makes their own homebrew version of it for a quarter of the price. Hello, Quiet Leather. Final Fantasy 13 Sarah. Silver engagement pendant necklace. Hey look, it's the logo for Final Fantasy 13, kinda. So if you buy this and you get engaged, you have to cosplay as Snow and Sarah at your wedding. There's no exceptions. Right? I mean, if you're going that far. This is probably one of the best looking modern Pokemon cards. I don't get too excited over newer Pokemon cards, but this Meowth is amazing. Not only that, but this, I forget what route it is, but it's such a cool design. The background is actually taken directly from an in-game screenshot, so there's a part of the game, I forget what town it is, but like this layout is exactly as it is in the game. Just such a cool little Easter egg. And I think the reason I really like it is because it evokes Wizards of the Coast style artwork for Pokemon. If all new Pokemon cards look like that, man, that would be dangerous. I'd want every one of them. Cerulean City. Yeah, it's an awesome card. Yeah, I love collecting the Sugimori cards. I think they're kind of slept on. There's a lot of amazing Sugimori Wizards of the Coast cards. I mean, even beyond Wizards of the Coast. It just looks so cool. Killer Bass. I do have this one. One of the coolest covers out there for a fishing game. It's like Splatterhouse. It also has one of the best opening cutscenes. Look at him, he's eating a mouse, he's eating a spider. Or that's the lore. The opening cutscene. This game actually got censored for the US version. In the original, this version here, the Japanese version, in the opening cutscene, a little kid is like on the dock. The fish literally comes out and eats the kid in front of the mother. Jumps out, grabs the kid, eats him. That got censored. Xenosaga 2 limited edition memory card. I prefer Xenosaga 1 look of Cosmos personally, but I'll take Xenosaga 2 look as well. How cool would it be if... Imagine, you know how every game back in the day used to come with a strategy guide, like they'd release a strategy guide with the RPGs and everything. How cool would it have been if it was like just a standard practice to release a themed memory card for like a lot of the RPGs and stuff back then? You know how fun that would be to collect now? Just get like a whole entire memory card collection of themed RPG memory cards. I don't have plans to stream Tomodachi Life. Speaking of Xenosaga as well, I mean, I might as well plug it since we just looked at it. It is happening exclusively on my Kick streams. I've only done one so far, but the next one will probably come at some point, you know, this week. I am streaming the Xenosaga series on Kick. They're random streams that essentially they'll just happen out of nowhere, typically on nights where it's too late for me to do a normal stream. So I play through the game in like 2 or 3 hour chunks is the plan. Working through Xenosaga 1 right now. Obviously only 2.5 hours into the game since I did one stream. But you gotta follow me over on Kick to catch those streams. So if you're a fan of Xenosaga, that is one reason to follow and at least get the notifications for it. Or just keep an eye out on X and Discord, because I'll post there too. But let me just link in case anybody is interested in that. And you can catch the bot on there as well. No ads on Kick, so you don't gotta worry about ads watching it. Man, I remember looking at this game back in the day. Back when most Super Famicom games were... I mean, there was no such thing as like $1,000 Super Famicom game. The most expensive games were maybe $200 or $300. It's just wild to look at what some of these go for now. Pretty much unobtainable at this point. Yeah, I'm doing full not voice acting, but I'm reading all the dialogue from NPCs for Xenosaga as well. It's easier to do that kind of stuff on a shorter stream. I won't lose my freaking voice. And I really look forward to getting to Xenosaga 3. I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see what the fuss is about with that game. I feel like that's got to be one of the least played RPGs on PS2 because of the barrier to entry. Not only do you have to beat the first 2 games, I mean, you don't have to, but yeah, I mean, let's be real. You're probably not playing Xenosaga 3 if you haven't played the first 2. But then you also have to, you know, the game is hard to get. It's rare and expensive at this point. So that's got to be, not too many people could have beaten Xenosaga 3 at this point. Wait, do they actually want $180? This is... I'm hoping this is sealed, right? It's not sealed. Man, it is just crazy to see what people in Japan are expecting for these games. I mean, these are games that I was buying. This is like bargain bin games. I'm pretty sure I got this game for under $10. Absolutely wild. I swear they just like come up with a random number to price these games at this point. There's no demand for this game. There's no demand for it now. There was no demand for it then. Ridiculous. I'm pretty sure it's just the Japanese sellers future-proofing themselves. They just look at it and they say, okay, was this released in the US? No? Okay, we're just going to tack on like $150 to the price. And just hopefully someone's dumb enough to buy it. Oh, they gave you a poster with Fanavision. I wish they would have released a physical for this when the game came out. That would have been nice. I hate this new trend of games releasing digitally and then they get a physical edition like a year later. But I guess some preservation's better than no preservation. I appreciate it, Tommy. Man, it's always so shocking to remember that Riviera started as a freaking Wonder Swan color game. So impressive. You know how crazy this would have looked on the Wonder Swan color back in the day? All your little friends are like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon. You whip this out, just like... This was a showpiece for sure, the sprite animation in this game. Must have been amazing. I wish we got the Wonder Swan in the US, but it makes sense. Most of the games were targeted to Japan, almost exclusively. It just wouldn't have made sense to bring it out here. What do I think about the original Nintendo Mario Brothers selling for $71,000? I'm assuming that's like a sealed copy. I don't really keep track of those ridiculous high price listings, if I'm being honest. Half-Life Dreamcast? I don't think I've ever seen this guide before. Huh. There was one kid in my high school that had the N-Gage. He thought he was like the coolest kid around. He used to walk through the hallways playing it. I never saw him side talking in it though. Yeah, he had the N-Gage when it was brand new too, which means it was like, what, $400, whatever the heck it was, $300? It's the only time I ever saw the N-Gage in person in the wild like that. I'm gonna be honest, me not having the N-Gage when it came out initially, it's a big regret. I actually regret it. Of course the price, I mean the price was ridiculous. Nobody had an N-Gage. Why would you get an N-Gage when you can get like an actual home console for that price? It was crazy. But let me tell you, playing the N-Gage years and years later, those games were impressive. playing Tomb Raider back when that like initially came out on N-Gage, I mean, that you had to be there. I mean, there was nothing else like that at the time. They were actually very impressive graphics. And there were some fun games. I mean, the N-Gage gets more hate than it deserves. It gets hate from people that never played it. And if you play it, you have to give it a chance because the controls are very archaic, obviously. But it's got some pretty solid games. And it's one of the most impressive game libraries when it comes to IPs. That thing had everything. When you really think about it, the gaming IPs that were on there was incredible. They had pretty much, like, they had everything at the time. It was pretty cool. I'm not sure if I ever got around to trying Call of Duty on N-Gage. No, I think I only played the Ghost Recon games. And those were pretty fun. They were pretty good. Let's look up N-Gage games actually real quick. I played a lot of the obscure ones. So the Roots was essentially the best way to describe this game. It was like a single-player World of Warcraft clone. It wasn't like an MMO, but the graphics were like straight-up World of Warcraft. It was actually pretty okay. Pathway to Glory, one of the best N-Gage games you can play. Actually, phenomenal top-down isometric strategy game. Tomb Raider, of course. Pandemonium had a decent port on there. Oh, Glimmerati was surprising. If I remember right, this game had like full-on voice acting and everything. It's a top-down isometric racing game with a story, missions and everything. Xanadu Next was pretty decent. A little grainy looking, but it was, you know, one of the better games to play on N-Gage. Sonic was pretty unplayable, unfortunately. The resolution of the screen, it was just too hard to see what was coming up. So that is one of the worst N-Gage games, unfortunately, in my opinion. And yes, I'm sure you're wondering if the Elder Scrolls game is good, and yes, it is good. Yes, I streamed it actually many years ago, and it's solid. It holds up. It's a full-fledged Elder Scrolls game. It's big. It's better than you would expect. Have I played the Rifts? I did. I'm trying to remember. What the game. Let me just look at a screenshot to refresh my memory. I played all those weird RPG games on the N-Gage. The Rifts, N-Gage. Gotta remind myself. Oh yes, this game. Yeah, that is one of the most ambitious games on the N-Gage. I mean, it's like a 50-60 hour game. The only reason I stopped playing it is because it was very wordy and talkative, and the turn-based isometric battles took forever. But it was based on some IP that was like some board game, and this was like the one and only game I'd ever got, which was kind of cool. Here's that World of Warcraft looking game. This is a pretty good game. Just like, you know, your standard kind of dungeon crawl game. Yeah, based on tabletop RPG. Yeah, it was good. It's a very long, slow game though, but it's solid. Ashen's good. It's one of the better exclusive like shooter games on there. The Ghost Recon games are actually pretty good. You know what's also pretty good on there too is well, the Monkey Ball game is alright too, but the Crash Bandicoot game. And the Zeebo version, interestingly enough, is essentially a port of the N-Gage version, but you know, it's easier to see more of the screen. So yeah, Crash Bandicoot on Zeebo is essentially the N-Gage version, but a widescreen mode. Did I play Rayman on it? I did. But I don't... There was so many other ways to play Rayman, I don't really think the N-Gage version is the way to go. Oh, there's a lot of N-Gage games. We haven't even seen most of them. A lot of them are pretty rare and obscure, so you're not really going to typically see them on here. Okay, here's the Crash game. I really like the N-Gage. Oh, that's right. Rayman was like... Yeah, it was like a 2D version. I forgot about that. I think I played very little of it. This was a super ambitious game here. This was pretty much like one of the poster childs of N-Gage. So this was a game you played online. You see here, N-Gage Arena, online features. Bet you some of you didn't know that. N-Gage had online multiplayer. This was like an almost MMO style game. The world's first globally massive multiplayer online mobile game. Unfortunately, you can't experience that now, but it is still playable even if you don't hook up online. But you kind of lose like half the reason you play this game. Asphalt Urban GT2 on the N-Gage. Yeah, Asphalt's another good one. Now, I like most N-Gage games. I mean, there's some stinkers on here, but you'd be surprised how solid the overall library is. Here's the sequel to Pathway to Glory. I never got around to trying 1. That was one of the really late releases. Kind of hard to get a physical of that. Yeah, they had... Wow, they even had... I forgot they had King of Fighters. When is the last game made for it? Yeah, a lot of the last like game releases on the N-Gage are incredibly rare and expensive now. One of the better ones is High Seas, which is a strategy game with like ships and everything. I played that one a little bit. It's pretty good. Very high quality. The UI was a little hard to read though. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones right here. If you ever get an N-Gage, you have to get this one. System Rush. Wow, even that had online multiplayer, or like online capabilities. It's one of those sort of like PS1-esque tunnel arcade style games, you know what I'm talking about? Where you just like continually traveling down a tunnel with obstacles that you gotta dodge with those sort of like techno-y, cyberpunk-y visuals. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's sort of like Wipeout, but linear. Oh, Requiem of Hell is another interesting one. This is essentially a Diablo clone, exclusive for N-Gage. It's pretty good. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up Diablo. But you see, like, almost every N-Gage game, I'm like, there's a lot of redeeming qualities about the N-Gage in its library. It's got a pretty solid lineup. So you got Catan if you're into that. Not really my thing. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. Another really late release, Mile High Pinball. I never had a chance to play that. With the screen though, it's probably pretty decent, right? Because it's kind of built for a pinball game. Here's High Seas. This isn't the official box for it though. This is one of the last released. In order to get games like this, I think you actually had to like send away for them. You couldn't go into a physical store, from what I remember, and just like buy these. It was so close to the end of the N-Gage's lifespan that you had to like send away for them essentially, if I remember right. Yeah, it's like a demo version, review version. Yeah, here it is. And they don't show They don't show the back. That's pretty much most of the library. I don't remember if I played Operation Shadow. No, I don't think I played this one. I won't do a gameplay video for Elder Scrolls Unengaged. You'll just have to wait for me to stream it again at some point. Unfortunately, I don't think that stream is archived, but I played it for like 4 or 5 hours. All right, let's do affiliate review. Alright, so what we're about to look at now are things bought by people using my eBay affiliate link. So we look at things that people in my community bought, what they paid, was it a good deal, a bad deal? Some interesting things in here typically. If you want your stuff to show up in here and support my streams at the same time, you essentially, if you're on YouTube, you just got to go into the video description or of any video or stream I do, and you'll see the affiliate link in there. All the links that I post in chat also work as an affiliate link. Twitch, of course, you know, I post the links and there's like a command that posts it in there and in the about section as well. So someone bought a Nuka Cola Girl Warfare promo miniature. Okay. Let's see what this is. For 18 bucks. Oh, so it's like, it's a Warframe, or not Warframe, Warhammer kind of thing, right? Man, she has seen things, boy. Those are some buggy eyes. But what can you expect for 18 bucks, right? Hyper Magazines Australia Next Media. Is this a gaming magazine? Let's find out. You know, not knowing what this is, I should probably just to be sure, you never know. Okay, it's a video game magazine. So it's for PS2, PS1, Game Boy Advance, Xbox, GameCube, and PC. $7 an issue. Wow, that is a weird looking Sonic. Holy smokes. Look at that Pikmin, oh my god. I love it though, it's a very stylized. That Sonic especially, boy. What did they review here? Tomby 2, Resident Evil Code Veronica. The future of gaming. See what the top game developers think of the super consoles. Look at the original Xbox design there. Pretty cool. Man, Mario is pissed. Looks like a fun magazine. Kind of looks like Australia's version of GamePro. Looks very busy. Games of the future. Oh my god. Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. From game to movie, the dawn of the digital actor. Yeah, it didn't stick around all that well. Well, that's pretty cool. Seems like a good magazine. 10 bucks. Can't see what one they bought though. Hey, what's up, Classic EverQuest? I think of you every time I see Monsters and Memories. I'm sure you're hyped for that. Did I see the fan-made Xbox? I'm not sure if I did. The Manga Guide to Statistics. And the Manga Guide to Calculus. Wait, I gotta see what this is. So it's manga to teach you calculus? What game do I want to be developed in the future? I mean, there's a lot. I usually just pick a choice out of a hat every time I'm asked a question like that. So this time I'll just say a new wave race game would be nice. I guess that's a fun way to learn calculus. Have they added anything new for the Ranger, by the way, for Monsters and Memories? Because that was the class that I played, not the last beta test they did, but like the one before that. I think the last update I saw they did for Ranger was they're adding like elemental arrows or something. I don't know if they did anything new for it. Various artists 70s rock anthem. Switch 2 dock. Wow, it's just crazy that a Switch 2 dock is $117. That, you know how cheap that thing is for Nintendo to probably manufacture? PS2 black wired controller for $22. Sounds about right. Not a bad deal. There's another beta on March 1st. I might jump into the next beta. They're always just so poorly timed because they're typically on weekends, and I'm usually busy streaming this kind of stuff on weekends. But if they ever do like another beta that lasts for more than a few days, I might jump in. Or I may just wait until early access. That's ultimately what I'm waiting for. We're talking about a game called Monsters and Memories, by the way. Essentially, think old school EverQuest, but with a modern twist. You guys should look into it. I'll be streaming it. Oh. It's a closed beta for 3 months. I would definitely sign up for that. I'm assuming they're wiping progress for that too, right? Yeah, something that lasts more than a few days is exactly what I'm looking for, because I don't have time to play it for just like a weekend. Ashes of Creation. I don't know much about Ashes of Creation. But all those Ashes of Creation people should come play Monsters and Memories. Pokemon TCG Mint, PSA 9 Radiant Charizard for Crown Zenith. Yeah, graded modern Pokemon cards are just like... It's just crazy. Like, if it doesn't get a 10, it's pretty much the value of the raw card. It's just crazy. Crackdown 3. Oh, I'm glad someone bought it. Such an amazing game. I'm glad my stream of that rubbed off on you. Whoever this was that got it for $12. Well, appreciate it, Raz. Sonic Advance 3. $25, that's gotta be cart only. I never really got into the Sonic Advance games, I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe I would think of them differently now, but back in the day, they were not my thing. Oh, you submitted to tag? Oh, I'll definitely keep an eye out for your video on that. Especially Wizards of the Coast Pokemon. I'll be honest, I warmed up a little bit more to tag. Now that the drama has kind of cooled down with them. But yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out. See what you get on that. Dawn Full Art for Phantasmal Flames. Advance Wars Days of Ruin for the DS. I never played that Advance Wars. I was really into the first Advance Wars, and then I just like fell off a cliff with interest for any other Advance Wars games. Maximo versus Army of Zin. Is this the Avatar music? I don't know what this music is from. Have you opened any more recent MetaZoo, by the way? I haven't been keeping up with all the trading card people. New MetaZoo seems to be struggling right now. Maximo versus Army of Zin for PS2, $32. I think I still need that game. I think. Not sure I ever got a copy of that. Is this one considered better than the first Maximo game? Inuyasha: The Secret of the Cursed Mask, $35. Not the worst RPG, but like I said, you just gotta have some patience for those battles. They're very long. Initial D art book, Suichi Shigeno illustration. And Dragon Quest art book. I'll take a look at the Dragon Quest one. Someone's been buying a lot of art books lately. Is Army of Zin considered easier than the first Maximo? Not better, but easier. Well, that would probably be a plus, right? I feel like that would have to be a positive. Oh, these are some awesome illustrations. Pretty cool. This was bidding too. $38 bidding. Yeah, that's cool. That's way cooler than I thought it was going to be. Yoshida Hiroshi, the complete woodblock prints. Let's take a look at that. I love woodblock prints. How cool that looks. They're literally printing this with wood, by the way. Like the different layers and colors, they do it with different layered wood blocks. It's a very unique look. Very time-consuming method. Yeah, here. Look, see? So it's like raised wood. They carve the wood, and then they press the paper into the carved wood, and then they use like different, I forget the exact method, but you use like different inks to get different levels to the colors or so. It's a huge process. I'm sure there's videos on YouTube, you can look it up. Denver Nuggets NBA basketball patch. Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Frontiers Sage plush. Alright, now we're talking. Who's about to get modded in my stream? Whoever bought this. Promoted to head moderator. Alright, never mind. Banned from the stream. That is hideous looking. Saga Frontier for the PS1, $25. Is that really the complete price for this game right now? Saga Frontier is so affordable. Man, that's crazy. I'm just like, I'm always still in shock how cheap Saga Frontier has been and still is. People really just don't like Saga Frontier, huh? I mean, I know it's a common PS1 RPG. It's one of the most common ones out there, but $25? Oh, it's from Goodwill. Maybe that would explain why. Normally it's not 25. I think it's a little bit more than that, like 35, 40. Yeah, this person wants 75. Yeah, but even before the remaster, Saga Frontier was always still cheap. But this was always a very cheap PS1 RPG. Which has one of the most badass covers, by the way. I love the cover. It's so colorful. I really need to play this game. Plus, it's got pre-rendered backgrounds. I feel like I'm really going to like this when I get around to it. I played Saga Frontier 2. But I never bothered with the first one. Flagian Brothers. I don't think that's too expensive. I don't know offhand, but it's not too pricey. Still buyable. Aqua Teen Hunger Force Volume 4 PSP UMD and Chaos Legion for PS2. That was an interesting game. It was alright. Very repetitive, but fun for a PS2 action game. And Dragon Quest VIII for the PS2 for 30 bucks. Absolute classic. So thank you to everybody that used the affiliate link between January 18th and January 24th. Always appreciated. Let's look up, we haven't done a promo search in a while. Buy of the week. I'd say that Dragon Quest art book. Hello, Nozofu. Dragon Quest V, I think I played a little bit of it on the DS, but I didn't play as much of that as I did of 4. Played a lot of 4, never touched 6. I've always been super interested about Dragon Quest 6. Well, found my Halloween costume for next year. Or this year. That's actually super rare. Anything from Sega World, Sydney, is like coveted collectible stuff for Sonic. Their stuff is always so unique. Oh yeah, no, the promo posters that most people show on here are just straight ripped out of a magazine. It's pretty annoying. I choose not to filter them though, because then it actually filters the real posters. Yeah, I have a few very rare things from Sega World Sydney. Probably my favorite thing out of it is my giant Sonic plush that has a very unique look to it. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you. Yeah, here they are. So look how unique these plushes are. So I have this little guy, one of my favorites. Look how cute that bastard is. I love the Sega World Sonic plushes. Here's the Sally one. Pretty much the only official Sally plush that ever released. There's a hand puppet one as well. And then here's the bigger version. I have the bigger version as well. That's like the most coveted piece that I own for it. Look how unique he looks. It's just so different looking. The tails. Ooh, man. Yeah, the tails. It's something. The Robotnik one is actually pretty cool because it kind of mirrors his Saddam design. Yeah, here's it's the legs of the Sally. Here's the okay. So there were 3 sizes of Sally, and then the hand puppet. So I have the hand puppet, and I have, I think, the middle of the line one. I don't have tails though. I don't think. Not that I really want them. So yeah, Cigarold Sydney does things a little different. No, yeah, those are all official. Final Fantasy 11 pre-order poster. I've seen this poster around. It's a nice poster. It would look nice in a frame. You have that poster hanging on your wall. Did you get it from pre-ordering? How did you acquire it? Or did you buy it on eBay or something? See, these things are annoying. At least this person's being honest and saying it's an ad page that's framed, but a lot of people just call it a promo poster when it's just a ripped magazine ad. See, sometimes you gotta get creative with, like, decorating your game room, right? So, like, I look at something like this and I don't just see a promo sleeve, like a thing that's meant to hold, I guess, game demos or something. What was this originally? Promo sleeve, no disc. Yeah, so it was supposed to come with discs. If I owned something like this back in the day, what I would do is I would set it up on a shelf. Because, right, these are kind of like tiny bit of a 3D effect popping out. I'd stand it up and then I would take other Spyro and Crash merch or the games themselves and kind of like slot it on the edges here, right? So I'd put like a copy of Spyro here, and then I'd maybe put like another copy of Spyro Crash here, or you put like a little figure or plush, and then you essentially try and blend these pop-up, essentially standees between your other Crash and Spyro merch, so you can't even tell that you literally just opened up like a CD case, and it'll look kind of cool as like a display piece. Right, sometimes you got to get outside the box to get some of these more vintage promo items and use them in a different way. Out of 9 PlayStation lanyards. Looks like most of them are different. If you're looking for something really fun and easy to collect for, gaming branded lanyards. Really simple thing if you're looking for something fun to collect. There's a lot of them out there and they're typically very cheap. Sandy for Red Dead Revolver. It's pretty rare, I've never seen that. Definitely priced accordingly, that's for sure. It's a cool Ratchet & Clank shirt. Shame that suddenly, like, vintage video game shirts are now super expensive. Gone are the days of getting these cheap. So it's got an embroidered PS2 logo. It's a collared shirt with decals on the front and back. It's pretty cool. It's an extra large. Rip Anthem. What would you ever do with a vintage shirt? You either wear it or eternally lock it up from the moths so they can't put holes in it. Xenosaga 1 and 2 DS. Oh man, I completely forgot that the DS got Xenosaga. That's just so crazy to think about. Forgot all about that. Shadow the Hedgehog glitter acrylic coaster. Oh, that's interesting. Looks kind of nice, actually. Well, somebody earlier in the stream said for me to look up Parasite Eve 2. Well, here you go. Here's a Parasite Eve 2 keychain. Extremely yellowed with a super interesting design. Not very flattering. I guess it shows the confidence they had in Parasite Eve 2. Sonic 2 trash can. It's a nice trash can. Kind of looks like an ice cream container, though, if you ask me. It's made out of paper. That's got to be the flimsiest trash can I've ever seen. It's a miracle that thing survived all these years. taco promo. Wahoo's free taco? That is crazy. I never knew that Klonoa came with a taco redemption for a place called Wahoo, which makes sense because when Klonoa jumps, he says Wahoo. That's crazy. Do any of you have a copy of Klonoa on Wii that has this? I'm fascinated by this. Huh. That's something. Man, the Wii U kiosks are ugly. You know, everybody loves looking at old video game kiosks because they look awesome. The Wii U has to be one of the most hideous ones out there. So basic looking. An AMC shirt for Sonic. You have the ski and snowboard insert, but not the free taco. Yeah, the taco one is the cool one. Whoa, look at this. It's another rare thing I've never seen. Dr. Mudo. Spliz gun. TV remote. Wow. Suggested retail price $50. Wow, that's a crazy collectible right there. Still never played that game. Sent out to pasture by Nintendo. Shoot to win Yaris? What? Sponsored by Yaris. Yeah, I don't know what the heck that is. Something from E3 2006. It's a remix from 9, yeah. A bully dodgeball. That's pretty neat. A little deflated. A little discolored, it looks like, maybe on one side. Oh, no, maybe it's hurt. Were you guys always pick last in dodgeball? Sonic Forces fidget spinner. Fidget spinners are not really a thing anymore, right? Oh, it's hypnotizing. Oh, I like that Sonic art. I've never seen that one before. Cute. $19.91. I always like seeing some kind of new artwork. Just clip art kind of Sonic stuff I've never seen before. Here come the magazine ad spots again. Masquerading as posters. And promo items when they're really not. Alright, person from Japan, we get it. You're flooding eBay with your ad prints. Oh my goodness. Alright, well I guess that concludes looking through promo items. This person just took over the listings. What do they list them as? Magazine promo clipping. I think next time I'm gonna filter magazine. Let's look up. Just checking on Sega Genesis games. Actually, let's just do Sega. We get everything. Name a game, name a price. PlayStation game on it. This isn't Facebook, you know. Sega Pico Ultraman. We got like Disney games and stuff for Pico, and Japan got Ultraman and Godzilla games. You tell me who got the better end of the deal. And their games are kind of like actual games. Well, at the end of the day, I don't really care, Christian. A phone is a phone to me usually, unless there's a specific reason I want a certain one. Like the iPhone, I wanted it for the iWatch, or the watch. Is Zaxxon really still this cheap on 32X? Gonna double check this. It's kind of surprising that this is one of the cheaper 32X games, being a shoot 'em up and everything. So that is currently the cheapest complete in box copy on eBay. The next cheapest is $70 shipped. This one is $58. And it seems to be in actually pretty good shape. So I'm gonna link this if anybody's after this. Nope, not Japanese. Oops. I always preferred Goosebumps. I guess because of the books, right? The covers were always so fun to look at. Ooh, a Sega Saturn lot that has Sonic R. That actually makes this not a terrible lot, because Sonic R is like a $200 game. So if you actually need a Sega Saturn, this is a pretty decent lot, I think. If you planned on getting Sonic R. Which, I don't know why you'd be buying a Saturn if you weren't. Plus you get the console with the box, and you get a handful of other actually okay games. I think this is a great little Saturn starter lot. Plus you're getting 2 different types of controllers. That's pretty good. Tested and working. It's somebody that doesn't normally sell video games, which would explain why the price is so reasonable. Thanks, Alessandra. I appreciate it very much. What's the Gauntlet giveaway? What were they giving away? Buy Gauntlet Legends and get a set of Gauntlet character pewter miniature figures. Alright, it's time to look up if anybody on eBay is selling the pewter miniature figures. Let's see what they go for. Gauntlets, Legends, pewter. Oh, wow. So here's someone that's selling 4 of them without a box. I guess, I don't know if that's how they came. $150. So I guess not many people entered that giveaway because these seem pretty rare. Oh, here's a huge set of them. I wonder if each one came in their own box. Looks like if you kept them in the box, though, boy, people expect big money for these things. Let's see what they actually sell for. Get yourself a brand new complete box Victor Saturn with Japanese receipt. Oh, that's pretty neat. I love being original receipts on stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, these go for a good amount. I guess people that sent away for that giveaway initially are pretty happy. How many US released Saturn games do I own? Give me a second, I can give you a rough estimate. I don't have all of them behind me, but I can give you a decent idea. So behind me I have 50, and then in other, because I can't fit any more on the Saturn shelf, I probably have like another 10 to 15 in other places. So we'll say 60, 65 US Saturn games. But my Saturn collection's fully curated. There's no filler in there. Every game is bought specifically for a reason. So there were 12 individual miniatures cast. The selection received when you ordered them was somewhat randomized. That's cool. Oh, I bought most of my Saturn games. Just to put it in perspective, I've probably only bought like 2 Saturn games in the last 10 years. Because I already bought like a lot of the ones I really wanted when the prices were not what they are today. So yeah, most of them were bought. I'd say half of what I have behind me was bought within the couple of years after I got my Saturn, and then the other half was probably bought within several more years after that. The best way I like to put it into perspective, when I was collecting Sega Saturn, Panzer Dragoon was about a $120 to $150 game. Alright, so that kind of like, that'll give you an idea of what I was paying for my Saturn games. What's up, Algie? Good to see you. Oh, were these really meant to have little suction cups on the bottom of them? Okay, I learned something new. I had these figures, but I could never figure out, like, what they were. They had a little circle on the bottom of them, but I guess it was meant for a suction cup. These are really bad condition, though. Mine are not that bad. Look at that paint job. That's terrible. They are very small, though. Very small figures. I have no idea on console prices, Eldrick. Especially like Japanese consoles in the box. That I can't really help you with. I'm not sure if the desirability of something like the PC Engine Duo went down after the analog version. That's the one I have. I have the PC Engine Duo RX. But my capacitor, you know, something went wrong inside of it. It doesn't read discs. I have to get it repaired if I wanted to use it. Yeah, it's in a little corner. You can see it on my Sonic channel. Did I like the snow as a kid? The snow was always fun. It makes me remember the snowball fights that used to happen in the neighborhood with the kids. Like, there were some kids in the neighborhood that hated each other. And they would put rocks in the snowballs. Someone definitely could have died growing up, that's for sure. Yeah, and then you had the kids that would like ice cubes or like freeze the snowballs. It was pretty brutal. Kids were brutal back then. Video driver. Huh. California Chase and Road Race. These things were actually really like fun and believable back in the day. For a kid. Oh man. Ooh, I don't know if I'd want a black mold edition. That box has seen its better days. I think you just gotta throw that out. I don't know about that. Keep it in the styrofoam. It was stored in a barn for decades. It sure looks like it. Oh, thanks, MLS. Yeah, the algorithm has been pushing out my streams to a lot of old school subscribers. Which is due in part to everybody that stops by and hangs out and watches on YouTube and likes the stream. The algorithm is a real thing, so that just goes to show you. They definitely push it out to new people and also old people that haven't watched me in a very long time. Yeah, it's hard to keep up sometimes, Eldrick. One thing I've never been good, like I just never keep up with console prices, that's for sure. It's just one thing I don't really track. Stumbled on my channel after making first purchase on eBay. Well, congrats on that. Is there a way to see if someone will scam you and rip you off for older game consoles? So what did you end up picking up? Honestly, as long as you're buying from somebody that has decent feedback, you should be fine. There's a lot of buyer protection. So if you really get scammed, eBay will easily like step in and refund you. For example, the number one thing would be if they send you if they never even send it to you, right? That's easy to prove. If the shipping says it was never delivered, you get your money back. If you get something that's not as described or it doesn't work, it's very easy to kind of like have eBay step in and review the case and have the seller take proper action to either have you return it or refund or whatever. They typically side with buyers, so as a buyer, I feel like you're a little better protected than as a seller. These are all cases only, but let's check and see. Do they show Ed, Ed, and Eddie? That is one that can have a rare variant, but unfortunately we can't see. You bought a 3DS, 99.7 rating, bought a couple days ago, and they said shipping will start February 12th. Really? Well, that's interesting. When you bought it, did it say that the seller was on vacation? Because February 12th is a long time to make you wait before that ships. Yeah, when you bought it, it'll like say at the top of the listing the seller is on vacation or something like that. They message you saying they will ship February 12th. Huh. That is that is a little concerning. It almost makes me feel like they don't have it in hand. I mean, it's possible they're going through some real life stuff and they're just not able to manage their eBay store. The fact that they reached out to you to let you know is like, that's good. Some sellers wouldn't even let you know that they're going to ship that late. I mean, if you have the name of the listing or the item number or something, I could look at it and let you know what I think. But in my opinion, I think it's either they were on vacation and they're just sending you a courtesy message to remind you. Because they can see that you've never bought something before, so that's always a scary thing for a seller when you see somebody with zero feedback buy from you. So they may have just been letting you know, like, hey, I don't know if you noticed my handling time or like the ship time or my vacation status, and they're probably just like letting you know through a message. It's probably nothing to be concerned about. That's just an unusual amount of time to make you wait before something ships. So to find the item number, I'm sure it would be visible under the, like if you go to the things you bought, but if you go to the listing, where do they have the item number in here? It used to be like right up here. Well, the item number will be in the URL for the listing. They used to actually just have it in the listing, but I'm not seeing it here. Oh, here it is. eBay item number. So it'll be right here. So if you can get me that number, take a look. Yeah, I can imagine shipping to the US from Japan is probably a whole nother complication. Aldrich. I love it when sellers like go the extra mile and use little emojis to try and match the game they're selling. It's a pretty little cute little thing. A little devil in a sword emoji with fire for Devil May Cry. Someone wants to know if you have to pay import fees when you ship from Japan to the USA, on top of local county and state. Do you pay? Unless you mean me. No, I don't pay any import fees. But I don't know if Aldrich is paying fees to ship to the US. So he sent something to someone in the UK, and the guy got mad because he had to pay customs, even if eBay charged him the custom. He put it on me. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's not up to you. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, what's going on the bottom of this thing? What's this? Oh, okay, it's just how the packaging makes it look. That's a terrible looking D-pad. Oh my goodness. The things we went through to get a wireless PS2 controller. That's why I never used wireless. Hello, Dave. A lot of sellers from Japan include it in the price, yeah. Yeah, no, that's understandable. But they've been hiking their prices long before. Steadily. As soon as they saw how much people were willing to pay for the imports. Goodbye, cheap games from Japan. Thermal Fantasia, $20 shipped. Reasonable. It's about what this goes for. Sometimes a little more. I collect physical. Wow, look at this gun. That thing looks like it's from another planet. Killer gun. Are these Shining Force games any good, by the way? These like off-kilter Shining Force Neo, Shining Force EXA. Are these any good? I remember looking into them. One of them looked way more appealing to me than the other. I forget which one. Alright, let me check it out. Got into it in like 2017 before it got bad. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I got into collecting retro games back in around like 1999. So I had a very big head start. Okay, let's see here. 15,000 feedback. Region-free console. 22 sold in the last 24 hours. $85. Aren't 3DSs supposed to be like big money right now? How is this so cheap? Just pick a random combination. I don't know what combination you picked. Buy one. Okay, let's see. Whoa, what the heck? 9,400 sold? 13,000 people are watching. Man, this is a crazy listing. Okay, so this is from Japan. So it's going to be region free. So you're getting a Japanese 3DS, but it'll play everything. Oh, okay. So, I mean, you bought from someone from Japan. So, yeah, I wouldn't be worried. What it is, they're sourcing these 3DSs. Yeah, you'll be fine. It's coming from Japan, so... First of all, it's going to take a little bit to ship, but what it is, they sell so many of these that essentially what you're looking at here, this isn't what they have on hand. This is just a stock photo. So the color console that you selected, they most likely may not have the condition that you wanted in stock, and they have to source it. So what they're going to do is they're going to like go to their stores, like whatever resources they use to get these in stock like this constantly, and they'll get the one that you ordered essentially. Would be my guess. But they've sold almost 10,000 of these. So you'll be fine. Just make sure that you bought the one that says that it's not broken. Hopefully. 3DS console's region unlocked, and you can play all regions. No access to the eShop, obviously, if you want. We offer 60-day free returns. We have not tested the camera function. Region-free stylus, SD card. Expedited shipping. Yeah, you'll be fine. There's all the good feedback of people that also bought it. Yeah, but what happens is whatever you selected, whatever color and like whatever combination you chose to buy, they probably don't have that in stock at the moment. It's just going to take them a little bit to get it, but based on how many of these they sold, I think you're in good hands. Yeah, no problem. Let me know how it goes when you eventually get it. Let me know. I'd be curious. I'll remember. Just tell me you're the 3DS guy from Japan. I bought it from Japan. What main console do I like to collect for? My main console collect for these days is PS2. I collect everything. Is it? Yeah, I mean, who knows? DK Oldies might just order en masse 3DSs from them and flip it for like double the price. Oh, is that like? Is it confirmed that that's what they do? I wouldn't even doubt it. This is a weird music rhythm game. Almost unstreamable because there's no feedback on screen. You know how most music rhythm games, when you hit the button to like confirm your button press for the music, there's some form of visual or audio feedback? This game has none. So when I stream this and I'm like hitting the buttons to the music, there's no indicator on screen that I'm actually doing anything. So it's pretty bad streaming game. It just wasn't a good game in general. Unison. Picked up a DS Lite bundle. Yeah, if you want to post the item number. Like I said, I'm not an expert on console prices, but I could take a look at it for you. Urban Rain. I do have a copy of Urban Rain sitting next to me. That's on my PS2 roulette wheel. Basically, I don't, these days when I stream PS2, when I get back to streaming PS2, I let a roulette wheel decide what I play next. And then I let my viewers decide how long I play it for. So I don't, it's kind of fun. I kind of cheated recently and like played Xenosaga, but it's kind of fun to not know what PS2 game I'm about to play next. And it happened again. I told you guys. Doesn't this happen every stream? The second I mention something, 2 seconds later it appears on eBay. Look at this. Like, it's just so trippy. Every eBay stream this happens. Crazy. Super 8 can. Yeah, I mean, I bought it when nobody even knew what the heck that thing was. I pretty much bought it at the prime time. I have all 3 Xenosaga games because several years ago, however long ago it was, there was a really good listing for all 3 games, so I bought that. Because I didn't have 2, I didn't have 3, so it just made sense to get it. I forget what the price was, but it was stupid cheap. It wasn't the lenticular Xenosaga 3, but I don't care, I just wanted the game. A DS Lite for $96. So is it just the console? Honestly, getting any kind of deal on a DS console right now seems like it's a good time. They're more popular than ever at the moment. What games did the bundle come with? Power Strike. Yeah, that's how I got Power Strike 2. It came in a... I'm pretty sure... I don't know if I bought it individually or if it was in a lot. But yeah, I have that like variant of Power Strike, the one that's like the blue and white cover. Because I was collecting for Master System. Once upon a time, that when I was early on getting into collecting retro games, I wanted to get the entire library of Master System games because it was so cheap to collect for that. Nobody wanted it. Nobody cared about Master System. Everybody was just about Genesis. Master System was like dirt cheap. Everything was so cheap, it would have been really easy to get the complete library. But unfortunately, I never went through with it. I got decently far. This is back when no game on the Master System was $100. Like everything was under $100. I don't deal with comic books, no. I know very little about comic collecting. Yeah, no, yeah, the Buster Douglas game was pretty much like the Grail, even back in the day, for Master System. It was the only one that people considered, like, really hard to get. Well, that, and actually back then a lot of people considered Alex Kidd and Shinobi World to be pretty hard to get too, even though it wasn't really one of the rarest ones on the console. Because I remember struggling to get a complete copy of that back in the day. I think I ended up having to pay like $40 for it, which was pretty expensive for a Master System game. Here's a copy of Dark Cloud 30. Yeah, so I guess maybe the minimum price now for Dark Cloud, if you're buying individual asking price, looks to be like $30. But you could definitely get this cheaper if you're buying it a lot. Golden Axe Warrior. Back when I was collecting Master System, that wasn't that expensive. But also I think one of the reasons was because back then people weren't really super knowledgeable to differentiate with the ESRB. I mean, not the ESRB, the barcode. So I think a lot of people were buying and selling the less rare non-barcode version for much cheaper. Now it's very rare. Yeah, Golden Axe Warrior is like one of the harder ones to get. I would love to own that game, but it is what it is. Hello, King Tusk. PS4 collecting right now is probably prime time to do it. PS4 games are so cheap at the moment. Plus just the fact that you could still wander into a GameStop and do like one of their buy two get one free sales with PS4 games that are already cheap is even another good reason. Taxi 2. Yeah, I've never heard of that. That definitely sounds like a that definitely sounds like a PAL only Dreamcast game. Let's see. This one here is holding you back, huh? Looks like 2 copies on US eBay, or at least it's shipped to the US. None sold. And let me guess, the game's probably horrible. Even though it is hard to screw up a Dreamcast game, I feel like even bad Dreamcast games are still fairly fun. A guide for a Japanese exclusive? Oh, you mean like writing a guide or a video for a Japanese game? I'm not sure. It would probably be one of the weird, obscure PS1 RPGs I have. Probably, oh, what one was it? I did like a partial preparation for it. Eagle's Shooting Heroes on PS1. That's a great game. Yeah, this game. Really cool turn-based RPG. To prepare for playing this and to like actually understand the story, there were no resources online that I can follow. There was like some Chinese show that I like watched online for the first season, which this game is based on. This is like some really famous story from China that has had a lot of adaptations. But I started watching one of those like drama shows. I forget, there's a specific name for them. And man, I got super into it. Like I couldn't put that show down. I was like binge watching it. It was actually really good. I wish I could remember the name of it. I think it unfortunately got canceled for the second season. I'm not sure if it ever came out. But yeah, I watched the show with English translations. They were fan translation. There was no official translation for the show. Just so I can understand the story, because that show is essentially this game. So I was actually able to know what I was doing in this game because I remembered the show. I could follow the story beats and know what to do next. So it's kind of cool. I have my playthrough of this on YouTube. Eagle's Shooting Hero. For those of you that are interested. Like, I actually talk about the story as I'm going through it when it was fresh on my mind. It's not the full playthrough, but it's the first, do I use the Japanese name for it? Let me see, hold on. Show Yuden. Okay, here it is. So if any of you are looking for some deep-cut, obscure stuff to watch another time, it's a 6-hour video of me playing that game. Thanks, Cross. Appreciate that read. Thank you for the sub as well. 30 months. Put in kick as well. Playing Blood Omen 2. How's that treating you? I never played that game. Here's another one. See, these are the kind of games that I have. When I eventually get back to streaming my Japanese PS1 games, like I still got a treasure trove of weird stuff. This is another one I have. Lagna Cure. This one has a really cool looking like top-down 3D isometric view to it. Did I play the game first? I didn't play it first, no. I just essentially went straight into the game. And learned as I went. Just knowing the story helped a lot. The combat is a little complicated, though. I think I may have looked up some guide for the combat system, because there is some really crazy, like, elemental system in that game. But I still, like, I definitely struggled with the combat, some parts of the combat. I'm pretty sure I just explained it in that video. This is an interesting Japanese PS1 exclusive. It's a fun game. You, like, defuse bombs. That's the whole game. You would never... Such an interesting cover. You would never really expect it from the cover. But yeah, you're just defusing these kind of bombs. It's like a puzzle game. Pretty good. Suzuki Batsuhatsu. Let's see what stickers they put on their PlayStation. Custom printed shell? Oh. I guess they custom printed that. That actually looks kind of cool. A little busy. Is there ever a US release for a PS1 game with photos of people on the cover? A lot of sports games, yeah. Non-sports games, though? That Largo Wench game? Whatever it's called. Largo PS1? Well, yeah, Largo Winch. Didn't ask me anything about this. But there you go. Here's one. What did I think of Final Fantasy 16? Couldn't get into it. But 16 at this point, for how cheap it is, I mean, if you haven't played it yet, just give it a chance. Some people really like it, some people don't. I'll eventually play it again at some point. I just was too disappointed by it for the launch. Driver games. Driver 1 I have a soft spot for because I didn't play that game the way it was intended, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people played it this way too. But I would just like, I would literally just drive around and just like, I don't know, roleplay, I guess, when I was younger in that game. I didn't really do the missions. I just really liked the open world of Driver. I just rode around, dodging traffic. I forget if the cops can chase you in that. If they could, I was definitely like running from the cops. Driving from the cops. That was a fun game. It's a fun sandbox game. How would I rank the mainline Resident Evil games? Well, I've always preferred the original. Be it the original or the remake. After having finished the remake fully for the first time, actually, this past October. That's probably my new favorite Resident Evil game. The remake is so amazing. It's like nearly perfect. And Resident Evil 2 remake is also fantastic. 3, I've forgotten most of my playthrough of that already. But I also really like the spin-off Resident Evil games. Like, I'm a pretty big fan of the Dead Aim, Survivor. Gaiden was alright. This is a very hard PS1 game to play. One of the only PS1 games that, like, I stopped playing it just because it didn't make me dizzy, but it's very disorienting. This is one of those games where the game, like, it's rotating. So the playfield is constantly rotating. And it rotates very quickly. It's a very hard game to play. I have not played Driver San Francisco yet, no. I have not played Linda 3, no. Yeah, Resident Evil 4. I actually played 4 for the first time 3 years ago? That was fun. It's a very arcadey Resident Evil. Very arcadey, which I like. I still have not played 5. And I need to do another playthrough of Code Veronica. But I'm kind of waiting to see if they do a remaster of that. Because that game kind of needs it. I will eventually play this game. I watched the movie that this is based on. The movie is crazy. City of Lost Children. What a weird movie. Like, but weird in a good way. It's just very weird. So if I ever go to play this, I will have to watch it again to refresh my memory. Is Resident Evil 6 any good? I actually really enjoyed Leon's campaign. And then I got halfway through the other guy, the guy that's like the melee stuff. I always forget his name. That was alright. To me, Resident Evil 6 is like playing Leon's campaign is good enough for me. Pretty much the best part of the game. Everything else is just like whatever. It's just too long. The game is too long. There's too much content. Too repetitive. Alright, let's take a look at what things have sold, and then that'll be a good way to cap off the stream. Always like to check what games are selling for. That's a nice Twisted Metal shirt. Is that official? Oh, it is, wow. Looks cool. It's one of those like fake worn kind of looks, but I like it. Yeah, with official armpit stains, yep. So these are things that sold tonight as I was doing the stream. Oh, somebody bought Ephemeral Fantasia. Wonder if it was someone from this stream. It was a good price. We'll see. Hopefully it shows up on the affiliate link. I don't know. We'll see if they use it. A lot of cheaper games sold tonight. I'm not too familiar with Banjo and Kazooie Recomp. Personally, if I were to play Banjo Kazooie, I would probably just play the original on the analog 3D. Yeah, let me know how the PSP version is of King Kong. I never played that version. Somebody bought a copy of Futurama. The most, one of the most sought after. I was gonna say it's not the most sought after. If you know, you know. Do you guys know? You tried watching Fellowship of the Ring today. The first 5 minutes were good, but those movies are snooze fests. I definitely wouldn't agree with that. Of course, Fellowship of the Ring, yeah, I mean, the beginning of that can be a little slow in the Shire. But, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much breakneck pace after that. Well, I mean, I would hope there's a lot of dialogue in Lord of the Rings. This was fun. I actually enjoyed what I played of this recently. I was expecting this to be pretty bad, because I remember this had a pretty poor reception. Going of mana. But man, it had a really fun physics-based combat. You can grab anything and just like toss it at your enemies. It was kind of cool. That's also one of the biggest Zidane knockoffs I've ever seen. Look at that guy. It looks straight up like Zidane. Also a very colorful game. Really fun dungeon designs too. Oh look. Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3. Today's prices, though, it's actually not even that bad of a deal. What version of 3 is it? Non-lenticular, of course. But considering people want like $200 to $300 for Xenosaga 3, I'd say this is a pretty good lot. I take it you're not a fan of Dawn of Mana? Low Rider. This game has been creeping up over the years. Pretty sure I bought this. I think I have this. I forget if I remembered to get this. This looks like just dumb fun. people still do this with the cars? Doom 2, $200 on Game Boy Advance. It's like a really good version. It's pretty good. No, from Final Fantasy 9. Oh, you respect Division. Okay, good. At least, yeah, you understand. You understand what makes that game special. Yeah, it was very unique. That game definitely got unjust criticism back in the day. I avoided it because all the reviews were saying how bad it was. Oh wow. This Hellboy game is more expensive than I thought it would be. $30 shipped. Wii Sports still going for $30. What are the most printed games in history? Wow. Need for Speed Underground 2, $50 shipped. Just one to keep an eye out for. That's a lot. Solo Turobo is, you know, with the box and all that stuff, it's around $250, $300, if I remember it. Fatal Labyrinth is, this game deserves more credit. This is one of the earliest console, like, I don't want to say like pure roguelike, but roguelike style dungeon crawlers. I mean, it really deserves more credit. All the roguelikes that everybody loves today, they wouldn't be around if it wasn't for games like this. Early players in the genre. People were so confused by games like this back then, and I'll admit, if I played this when I was younger too, I'd be confused as hell. Imagine trying to play a roguelike game when you were a kid. You'd have no clue what the heck was going on. So any reviews for older roguelikes are usually very skewed because people just didn't understand them. What do I think Blood Will Tell on PS2 goes for? I'm pretty sure these days that's like a $300 game, right? Kind of fluctuates. You're surprised Clay Fighter's still a cheap game? I think what it is, there's so many versions of Clay Fighter out there. And Clay Fighter was fairly mass-produced. That's a pretty common Genesis game. And sadly, I just don't think Clay Fighter has that big of a following. A lot of people really don't like Clay Fighter, sadly. Yeah, Blood Will Tell is one of those games that started going up in price like crazy maybe like 8 years ago. Oh yeah, Clay Fighter's pretty common on Genesis. Yeah, it's not rare or anything. No, the Wii U games, there was a weird glitch that happened when I tried to bid on it. Yeah, I'm still not even sure what happened. Right at the beginning of the members video, it shows like what happened. Like it extended the listing, and then when I refreshed, it was over. It was very weird. What's up, Dark? I'm doing alright. Just getting ready to wind down here. Let's do 1 or 2 more pages. Whoa. A manhunt sold tonight for $120 shipped. Wow. Well, that's definitely going to be a trend-setting price. If you need a copy of Manhunt on PS2, your time may be running out. Oh my god, other people are also asking almost $100. Here's a copy for $60. Yeah, I think if you were after Manhunt, you're gonna have to buy it sooner rather than later. That's like doubled in price in not even a year. Yeah, part 1, yeah. I streamed Manhunt for the first time this past October, and I really loved it. Great game. My only complaint with it was the gun levels were kind of overbearing. I think there are too many gun levels, but the melee stealth levels are excellent. Yeah, I played the Xbox version on Series X, and the frame rate was amazing. Great atmosphere. I look forward to playing Manhunt 2. Maybe this October. This October, though, I will be focusing on... It's the 10th anniversary of my Horror Game Month streams, so I will be focusing on a lot of my favorite games from over the years, revisiting some games that I haven't played in like literally 10 years, 8, 9, 10 years. Because there was some great survival horror games I played back in the day, but it's been a decade now practically that I played some of them, so I feel like I can play them again now and still really enjoy them. And not everybody was there for those streams. Manhunt was not banned in the US, no. But it was banned in a lot of other places. Yeah, good night, Carol. Oh, look. Manhunt that sold for $55. Wonder who got the better deal there. This one looks to be in great shape as well. Sucks to be the other person. This one sniped right out from under him. What is a good price for Contact? Contact, I don't know the price of offhand. I think that's gotten pretty pricey though. Right? Isn't that like... I don't know. $80 or something. I'm not sure on the price of contacts. I know it's pretty expensive now though. Remember to pick up any GTA games that you guys want before GTA 6. You never know, the release of that could have a shockwave effect on older GTA games. I picked up the Battlefront Classic Collection on sale. I bought that when it came out. The problem was the servers were really messed up on that. If you're just playing it single player, it'll be fine, you'll enjoy it. But if you had any hope of playing it online, I'm pretty sure everybody stopped playing it by now. Would you guys watch me play Shadow Madness? One of the few PS1 RPGs I still never attempted to play. I feel like I'd really like this game for some dumb reason. Hey, it's got pre-rendered backgrounds. I like the way this guy thinks. World of pre-rendered background, sharp dialogue, and muting music. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I wouldn't last a stream with it. We'll see. One of these days. You have a good night, Dark. The Eagle Shooting Heroes that I purchased that game in Japan. No, that one I believe I got on eBay. Like, super cheap. That Animal Crossing remix is way catchier than it has any right to be. I'm not familiar with Cody Banks, so I couldn't tell you on that one. How is the Fight Club game, by the way? Forgot this was even a thing. Oh, it had online? Wow. There's so many obscure PS2 games that had online multiplayer. Imagine playing this online. Like, that's gotta be a core memory. Oh, Final Fight. I'd probably give it to Kiryu. Whoa. I've never seen the PAL box for Chameleon Twist. That's a really simple box compared to what we had in the US. Very boring looking, actually. I'd say I kind of like it, but at the same time, I don't. Background is so boring compared to what we had in the US. Look, here's the US box. This one has a little bit of writing on it, but still, you can look at the detail difference. Look at that. Versus that. Well, looks like the Klonoa Reverie collection didn't really do too much to the price of Door to Phantom. Though I do believe without that remaster, this would definitely be more expensive. I do believe that. I do think it keeps the price at bay a little bit. However, I'll tell you, if I ever go back to play Door to Phantom Isle again, it is going to be the PS1 version. They screwed the voice acting up big time in the re-release. Wow, Federation Force is $120. So what is it? The worse the Metroid game is, the more expensive it is or something? Never played this game. Dodged a bullet with this one. Is the Metroid game on Wii a contender for price hike? Definitely not. No, that game is heavily printed. Other M. And people hate that game. Yeah, no, that was a very, very big print run Wii game. That'll be cheap for pretty much forever. $25 Breath of the Wild. Yeah, someone snatched that up. Alright, I think this is going to be a good place to call it. Another fun eBay stream as always. If you are new around here, whether that's on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, I do these eBay streams every Saturday evening. So feel free to follow on whatever platform you prefer to watch on. And then I play games throughout the week. Right now I'm in the middle of playing Dark Cloud and a couple other games, but some point this week I'm getting back to Ni no Kuni. Do another stream of that. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Slowly working my way through that. Dark Cloud is the main focus right now. But since I just did a stream of that last, we'll probably do something else next. So, that's the plans for this week. Thank you everybody for hanging out as always. This stream will remain watchable on YouTube unless it gets hit with a bunch of copyright, then it becomes a members video, so just a heads up. You'd have to go to Kick or Twitch to watch it. It depends how the music goes. Sometimes I get hit with a bunch, sometimes I don't. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Thanks very much for hanging out. I'll see you next stream.